Madam President, we are ready.
Hello, okay, just making sure. Welcome to our board meeting. I want to thank you for attending, and I also want to welcome Assistant Superintendent Manuel Bojorquez, who will be joining us on behalf of the Superintendent Dr. Gina Potter, as she is taking some time for medical leave to prioritize her health. Superintendent Potter and I thank Mr. Bojorquez for his help. I, Senator Rosario, the President of the Governing Board, called on November 13, 2025, special board meeting of the San Ysidro School District in order at 4:13. Before we begin roll call, I want to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up a headset and Emmy sitting over to your right. I will now take the roll call for attendance. Mr. Antonio Martinez.
Present.
Ms. Irene Lopez. She is on her way. Mr. Martin Arias also is on his way. Ms. Kenya Peraza. Present. And myself, present. We will now stand for the flag salute. Please put your right hand over your heart, ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
May I have both?
Aye.
Aye.
I object to this inaccurate agenda description because it does not accurately describe what this investigation is about. No.
The actual action item, we'll be able to talk about what the investigation is about.
Yes, but yet the name of the agenda doesn't say, the description doesn't say what is it for.
Okay. To Joey's, provide legal advice.
Yeah, I can speak for Hi, Joseph Sanchez, legal counsel. Yeah, under the Brown Act, the specified the agenda is sufficient, basically saying that what you're here to do is to basically discuss the issuance of a request for qualifications for an investigation. You can discuss the details of what that is. I think that the topic for today is to actually give direction on what that RFQ will include and what the topic is. So that there's no issue with regards to the Brown Act on this one. There is sufficient information included. Thank you.
So the action item will be discussed for us when we get there, and it's basically what I proposed last month, which was the independent investigation.
I understand. It's just that it's not clear on the agenda, so that's why I'm not approving.
Okay. Well, at this point, we're gonna wait until we have an additional individual to have a majority.
They should be here shortly.
Well, now that we have time, so if the person, if our trustees are late. Or they,
So
okay,
we have Mr. Arias arriving at 4:16 p.m. So we're looking to approve the agenda, Mr. Arias. It's a 2-1 vote. So how do you vote to approve the agenda?
and then, because you weren't here, I just wanted to, I said that I didn't approve because the agenda doesn't say what the investigation is for.
Aye. Okay, so that's a 3-1, passes 3-1 the agenda.
Before we begin, I'm sorry, I already mentioned that. We do encourage all participants to share constructive ideas and perspectives while respecting others' rights to do the same. The board welcomes differing opinions. However, it is essential that all disagreements be expressed in a courteous and meaningful way. Personal attacks or disrespectful behavior towards others will not be tolerated. To maintain a positive environment, all speakers are asked to be courteous, patient, and respectful while others are speaking. Comments should be concise, relevant to the topic, and within the allotted time. Members of the public must be recognized by the board president or chairperson before speaking and may only address the board from the podium, not from the audience. Public comments must adhere to civility, board policy 1313, which promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among all members of the school community, including employees, board members, contractors, parents, guardians, students, and the public. This policy is not intended to restrict any person's constitutional right to free expression on school grounds or at district activities. Uncivil or harassing conduct by any member of the San Ysidro School District community is harmful to the educational environment and will not be permitted. Civil behavior includes politeness, courtesy, integrity, honesty, timeliness, dependability, and adherence to laws and rules effective to communication. Students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members are expected to communicate and behave in ways that do not disrupt district operations, hinder learning, or create unsafe environments. Number 5, public comments on open sessions. We don't have any. 6.1, authorize requests for qualifications for legal services to conduct an external investigation. And we do have one speaker slip on this item. Mary Davis will be speaking on public education oversight project.
Is this taped? Oh, I'm a free-range roamer, but okay. Hi, Mary Davis, a watchdog and founder of the Public Education Oversight Project. And I wanted to speak briefly, first of all, about the agenda topic. The Brown Act serves as a floor, not as a ceiling. And so there was nothing preventing you from going beyond that. And I do believe, for the record, because say in 2 or 3 or 5 years, you look back on this, you won't even know what the investigation was for, just for the investigation. So moving forward, I, as a community member and oversight, do ask that you start putting specifics in your agenda title, again, for best practices. I wanted to speak briefly about the process also for tonight. Just to refresh people's memories, it's been almost a month since the last board meeting. And then that brings into about the Brown Act, Government Code 54956. A special meeting is meant for business that is too urgent to wait until the next regular meeting. And I do understand, I mean, I'm a busy person, everybody's busy. It can be hard to find times that maybe work or for whatever reason that this was waiting a month, but for the fact that it waited a month, seems like it could wait another 2 hours for your regular meeting. It's been sitting there. The board should have called this meeting weeks ago so we could move forward on the investigation, because the alleged allegation happened in January. And this is part of the community frustration that it seems like there's a lot of foot dragging going on with this. And so now taking a month to even move forward on the investigation that you were so eager to move last time, it just makes me wonder, why did it take a month for this to even get to this point? And also the 4 o'clock special session, that begs the question, why would you not just put it in as part of your regular meeting? It's only a 2-hour difference. It seems like because the lower threshold is a 24-hour agenda notice, was the intent to limit attendance or to minimize public comment. I'm the only public commenter here for this item, which is pretty shocking, to move a controversial issue to a shorter clock. Because from where the public stands, this timing now, a month later, does not read as urgency, it reads as avoidance. Transparency is not served by clever scheduling. It's served by open, forthright discussion in the light of day, where the public has full notice and full opportunity to participate. To get to the agenda item, lastly, for investigative choice, do not choose an entity like BBK or any other attorney that you may already be utilizing for district business. That is an inherent conflict of interest. Also a big no to 3F, Artiano Shinoff, which I would hope you would never pick them, Nicole Miller and Associates. Instead, I would urge you to select the Pacific Justice Institute, reach out to them. Thank you so much.
Do I have a motion?
So I'll make the motion to request for qualifications for legal services to conduct an external investigation.
My second.
Okay, no, I want to clarify that way, as I know we do have a public hearing. So this is what I requested last month. Essentially, what we're looking at is hiring a independent investigation third party. Ultimately, the scope of the work, the board, we're gonna decide what it is, but ultimately it's to investigate the situation that happened in January. Investigate the process the board and well, in this case, the superintendent and the district took in terms of informing parents. And then the most important thing, making sure that whatever issue we had in terms of our district keeping our kids safe, that we identify it and we fix it ultimately. But I want an unbiased firm. I appreciate your comments. I think that that's absolutely right. We won't be hiring any firm that we are paying. And more importantly, the options that we should have presented to us should be individuals that we've never looked up with before. That way we know it's unbiased, and more importantly, that we hold everyone accountable. And that's it for mine.
May I have a vote?
Can I add something?
Aye.
Can, thank you. I think it's also important for the public to know when and if it's gonna be an open session or not. When is the next meeting regarding this, the next process, and also because we said that this was gonna be a transparent process, I also suggest that this process will always be handled during open sessions. And I
Do you
hope.
want to add anything to that? Or keep Mr. Keesman?
So the investigation will be conducted by an attorney, and that will require attorney.
I'm sorry, Mr. TC, can you go to the mic so people on YouTube can hear you? Thank you.
Evening. So it's very difficult to speak in generalities. Can you please clarify your question?
Yeah, so from the beginning, as Mr. Martinez said, this process will be fully transparent for the public to know. So I will appreciate if this is actually transparent and we handle this matter always during open sessions.
So it's my understanding that you're seeking a request for qualifications, which will then narrow down a pool, basically vet the candidates that will then submit a request for proposal so that you can identify the attorneys to see if they have any conflicts. There was a suggestion of the Pacific Justice Institute. I happen to know that they have filed lawsuits against a number of school districts, and that's a pattern that I've seen in just my limited experience. So you want to make sure that one firm doesn't sway either way, whether they file multiple lawsuits or, on the other hand, solely defend school districts. In terms of if the process is going to be transparent, you'll be hiring an investigator that's also a licensed attorney. And so much of the conclusions, unless you decide to waive the attorney-client privilege, will be protected. And so as a board, if you want to vote to waive that, then I suppose you could do that. But at this point, what you're doing is you're hiring an attorney, as you do in many instances, to conduct investigations. And those conclusions are attorney-client privilege and are typically not released. If you do, then you waive the privilege with respect to the entire investigation. I also feel that it's very important to understand what the scope of the investigation is going to be. It was my understanding that the investigation, it was as mentioned, that it was the district's handling of the information when it was first made known by the police department at the time when there was an ongoing criminal investigation. The incident itself has been investigated. So there was some insinuation that this investigation regarding the actual incident itself had been postponed. It's my understanding that there has already been an investigation with respect to the incident. If there is an ongoing lawsuit with respect to the incident itself, and I'm defending the district in that lawsuit. So I would not recommend that you hire an investigator to investigate, one, what's already been done, and two, which is the subject of a pending lawsuit. So it's my understanding that the investigation that was recommended was into the district's handling of the situation, particularly in regard to the release of information to the parents and the community, which happened within a short period of time after charges were filed.
Yeah, I know we had a list of questions, so we haven't, I don't think any of that has been decided yet. So I don't know if this is the proper time to talk about it.
Well, I think for this particular case, the idea is to send out the request. And then my hope is once we have proposals, we can narrow it down in terms of what our scope,
Right.
and see what they want. But I think to answer your question, Brasha, my hope is obviously when we vote for that law firm, that it would be an open session, that's gonna be an open session.
The selection.
Yeah, that will be an open session.
Okay.
And then we could obviously narrow it down in terms of the scope of what we want. But ultimately, this is just to put it out there for the law firms to conduct that unbiased. And it's also important, Mr. TC, that obviously we'll get the list of individuals or firms, but really the idea is to have no connection with any law firms that we're associated with. That's the bottom.
I completely understand. It's an independent investigator,
Absolutely.
licensed attorney is what you're looking for. You also had mentioned that you wanted the investigator to perhaps make some recommendations following the investigation. So policies needed to be changed, or other policies or practices needed to be implemented. That's also the second component of my understanding of what it is that you're looking for in an investigator.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I apologize, the translator saying she cannot hear Mr. TC.
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just letting you know.
But you can just read summary of the last one you said, and you can put the microphone through that.
Sure. And what I was saying is that the second component to the investigation was not only the district's handling of the information once that was received, but whether or not board policies need to be revised or whether or not policies and procedures need to be implemented. So that going forward, the community is pleased with how the district's responded to the situation should another situation arise.
And it was also. So how, it's good to, right now specify how are we gonna choose these, investigators? We talked about something in closed session, so I would like for you to tell us what was your understanding.
So it's very much like if you were hiring, just on a basic level, an employee for a position, you'll put out the application, in this case, a request for qualification, and then attorneys, law firms throughout the state can identify what you're looking for and then submit their proposals. And their proposals will list many different things. It'll list the qualifications, it'll list their backgrounds, it'll list the attorneys that will be working on the file. It will, at some point, Also, you'll be negotiating the actual rate of pay, but you'll know everything about the law firms. And you'll be able to identify whether or not there are conflicts and confirm for yourself and be comfortable that the person is truly for the law firm, because there could be more than one, truly independent, without any connection to any existing law firms that have worked for you in the past.
And what's the number of options that we will have, I'm guessing on the next meeting regarding this?
The number of, I can't speak to the number of people who will submit applications for proposals, but I suspect that there'll be a number that will be interested. If you give me authority tonight, we can get that moving right away.
Yes, please. Yeah, no, when this is done, let's roll with it, and then let's see how many apply, and then narrow it down from there, and then we choose one, and my hope is that the timeline goes quickly too, in terms of the investigation. I agree with Ms. Davis, we don't drag our feet, so let's get this rolling.
And just one last thing. So, are we gonna be able to choose that law firm here in the open session? So we can be transparent?
I'm not making the decision, so it's the board's decision to make.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then, it's that. Thank you.
Okay, well, we're ready for a vote now.
So, Antonio Martinez, made the motion, I seconded, may I have a vote?
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
And just for the record, of when Ms. Irene Lopez arrived, I don't remember the exact time of that. Oh, 4:28.
May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting,
So moved.
4:34?
A second.
Okay, motion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes, we will now be going into closed session.
Or actually, no, it's not the meeting veteran. So we're gonna wait for the 5 o'clock.
Yes.
Madam President, we are live.
Welcome to our board meeting. I want to thank you for attending, and I also want to welcome Assistant Superintendent Manuel Bojorquez, who will be joining us on behalf of Superintendent Dr. Gina Potter, as she is taking some time for medical leave to prioritize her health. Superintendent Potter and I thank Mr. Bojorquez for his help. It's now 5 o'clock. I, Zenaida Rosario, President of the Governing Board, call the November 13, 2025 regular board meeting of San Ysidro School District at 5:01. Before we begin the roll call, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or from Spanish to English, please visit the translators table to pick up the headset. Emmy, just wave to us. Thank you. I will now conduct the roll call for attendance. Mr. Antonio Martinez,
Present.
Vice President. Ms. Irene Lopez, President. Mr. Martin Arias,
Present.
and Ms. Kenya Peraza, Present. And myself, Zenaida Rosario,
Madam President, we do have a quorum.
thank you. Number 3, I would like to make a motion to approve the agenda with the following correction. To correct agenda number for adjournment to be 15 and not 14.
I'll second that.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. Vote passes. Before we begin, closed session public comment, I would like to remind everyone of the following. We encourage all participants to share constructive ideas and perspectives while respecting others' rights to do the same. The board welcomes differing opinions. However, it is essential that all disagreements be expressed in a courteous and meaningful way. Personal attacks or disrespectful behavior towards others will not be tolerated. To maintain a positive environment, all speakers are asked to be courteous, patient, respectful, while others are speaking. Members of the public must be recognized by the board president or chairperson before speaking and may only address the board from the podium, not from the audience. Public comments must adhere to Civility Board Policy 1313, which promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among all members of the community, including employees, board members, contractors, parents, guardians, students, and the public. This policy is not intended to restrict any person's constitutional right to free expression on school grounds or at district activities. Uncivil or harassing conduct by any member of the San Ysidro School District community is harmful to the educational environment and will not be permitted. Civil behavior includes politeness, courtesy, integrity, honesty, timeliness, dependability, adherence to laws and rules, and effective communication. Students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members are expected to communicate and behave in ways that do not disrupt district operations, hinder learning, or create unsafe environments. Number 4, do we have any public comments on closed session items?
None.
There are none. May I have a motion to recess to closed session at 5:04 regarding 5.1 Government Code Section 54957.6 Conference with Labor Negotiators, 5.2 Government Code Section 54957, 5.3 Conference with Legal Counsel, anticipated litigation, number of cases 2.
Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to recess to closed session at 5:05 PM.
Do I have a second?
Second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye. And motion passes 5-0. We are now going into closed session.
Madam President, we are live.
Good evening. Welcome to our school board meeting. I want to thank you for attending, and I also want to welcome Assistant Superintendent Manuel Bojorquez, who will be joining us on behalf of Dr. Gina Potter as she is taking some time for medical leave to prioritize her health. Superintendent Gina Potter and I thank Mr. Bojorquez for his help. Before we begin the open session, I would like to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously today via headset. If any member of the public would like translation from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, please visit the translator's table to pick up a headset, and she's sitting to your right. Thank you. I will now conduct the roll attendance. Mr. Antonio Martinez,
Present.
Ms. Irene Lopez, present. Mr. Martin Arias,
Present.
Ms. Kenya Peraza, present, and myself, Zenaida Rosario. Now I will lead us in the flight of the Pledge of Allegiance, so can you please stand? Put your right hand over your heart and ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic to America, I will now ask our Assistant Superintendent Manuel Bojorquez to begin with the board recognition distinguished champions. Please.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, distinguished guests. It's an honor for me to recognize two of our cabinet members for earning an A+ on the school bond transparency report card by demonstrating exemplary transparency in the allocation and use of bond funds while holding the highest standard for public trust and fiscal integrity. Will Ms. Marilyn Edinson come up, and Dr. Inegues, congratulations on your result.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you, congratulations.
I will give you the stickers to wear on.
A+, awesome. Number 10, conference sessions. I will now like to call Dale Scott, President of Dale Scott and Company, to provide us with a general obligation bonds update. Welcome, Mr. Scott.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And is somebody else going to be moving, or do I?
Yeah.
Very good, I got it. I hope. Good evening. I'm going to take you through not only the recent elections, but also just a general view of where you are in your debt profile. I welcome any questions as we go along the way. So let's dig in. It will take just a few minutes, I think, to walk through this, but I welcome any sort of inputs. General obligation bonds, as I'm sure you know, are repaid by taxpayers of the community. The most important part of that is on slide number 2, which is the assessed valuation. That's what the underlying assessed growth and value of all the property within the district, not the district's property, but privately owned property. Apartment buildings, homes, agricultural factories, department stores, et cetera, et cetera. This table shows the last 20 years of the growth of the district. Two things that are really interesting to this about this. One is you look at 2008, which is about 3 years from the beginning. Many of us remember what happened in 2008, when there was a huge meltdown in the economy. Most districts saw a very large decrease in their assessed valuation. Very interesting that you saw none. The assessed valuation remained healthy and flat during that time. And then looking out, starting in about 2023, there's been a very, very explosive growth in terms of the assessed valuation. What that does is not only provides the ability to issue additional bonds, but more importantly, reduces the cost to all the people that are already living here because it's assessed, it's all of the assessed valuation that is used to determine the tax rates going forward. Turning to the next page. These are the elections, the general obligation bond elections that have been held within the district since 1997. You can see in the last 3 lines, they're in yellow highlighted at the right-hand side. Those were the measures that were recently passed in November of 2004, Measure MM, Measure KK, Measure LL. What was different about these measures, as you may recall, is we actually divided the district into 2 parts. The older community with the Measure MM, and then the newer eastern part in Measure KK and Measure LL, in order to differentiate the facilities that were being used and equally assess the tax rates. Looking at the right-hand side, I want to point out 2 things. None of these bonds have been issued yet. There are no costs associated with them yet, because until they're issued, there's no tax involved with them. That's number 1. Number 2, all of the bonds remain authorized but unissued. There will be action tonight for the first series of bonds, and I'll go over that in a minute. And number 3, if you look at the percentage yes, remember that the threshold for success of a general obligation bond is 55%. And that's where most of them pass at. Voters were extraordinarily supportive, in my opinion. It's almost 78% for Measure MM, 64% for Measure KK, and 63% for Measure LL. Far, far, far above the 55% threshold. Turning to the next page. The bonds that have already been passed, those that were passed and issued in 97 and then again in the year 2020, they are then issued in what are called series. That's because you may have a large authorization, but you don't want to sell all the bonds at one time and then load everybody up with those costs as you're going to be using those funds over the next 5-10 years. So they're sold in increments, and these are all of the outstanding bonds that are being repaid. 2 or 3 interesting facts. If you look down at the bottom, you can see that the original principal of all these bonds was almost $300 million. And you've now paid off over $100 million. So they're being chipped away at. Number 2, all the way on the right-hand side, you see a column that says first call date. That's the first date in which you can refinance the bonds if the rates are lower. You don't have anything that's coming onto those rolls until about 2030, but at that time, there will be the ability to refinance the bonds, and any savings will go to taxpayers. If we take those 2 slides that I showed you, the assessed valuation growth, and then the bonds that are outstanding and being paid off, we can then get just a view of what the ongoing projected tax rates will be for those bonds that have already been sold. This is district-wide. Taxpayers in this district are paying roughly $140 per $100,000 in assessed valuation. And that rate is going to remain for the next roughly 20 years. I'm on slide 5. If I can turn you to slide 7, I'm going to now talk about KK and LL, and then first, and this will be the same for all of them. First, I'd like to talk about measure MM. Remember, is in the western part of the community of the district. The bonds that were passed by the voters, the $12.9 million, as I said earlier, they're going to be issued in series. Again, the reason is because you're not going to be spending all of this money immediately, and you want to bring that on as needed. However, those bonds have a tax rate limit of $30 per $100,000 in assessed valuation. So you can see this rather kind of jigsaw puzzle looking graph where we're putting these bonds together in a way to try to maintain that $30 tax rate, while at the same time you're issuing them incrementally. That's why it was higher in the beginning for the first series, and the second series goes down, third series goes down. What I want to point out is you are now about to issue $4.3 million of the resolution that is on the agenda. The remainder of these, remainder of $4.3 million in 27, and $4.3 million in 29, that's the district's discretion. If you decide you want to issue more earlier, if you want to take longer, it doesn't matter. That's up to you, and you're the ones that make the decision on how these bonds get sold, as long as they conform with state law. That is the same story with the next 2 pages, measure KK and measure MM. KK and MM were both on the ballot, I'm sorry, KK and LL were both on the ballot at the same time in order to provide additional funding in the eastern portion of the district. They will be sold simultaneously. There will be a $30 tax rate for each of the 2 issues. And as you can see here, it's being structured the same as it was for the previous measures. Finally, a fair amount of time and effort goes into the issuance of these bonds. These are the major highlights that we still have in front of us for action tonight. There will be a document known as an official statement, which is a disclosure document given to investors so they know what they're buying. We will then price those bonds in early January, working with the underwriters, and then you will have access to the funds at the end of January. That was a bit of a whirlwind presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions. Yes, sir.
With each of these values independently, so MM, LL, and KK, I just want to understand, you're saying that there will be a $30 projected tax rate per issuance?
Yes, except remember that one of the series is on the western side, one is on the eastern side. So on the western side, it'll be $30, on the eastern side, it'll be $60.
Understood.
So the western part, that is only just for one measure,
That's correct.
60 on this. So, as I understand from the MM, which is an equivalent of $12.9 million of funds, we will be only approving to issue, 12 million
4.3.
right now, okay,
So-
so we're gonna issue everything. That's the idea, to issue everything right now?
No, only a third right now. So the voters authorized 12.9 and you're issuing 4.3. And there will only be a tax levy for the $4.3 million. There's no shelf life on these bonds. So even though I've shown as an example that they're going to be issued every 2 or 3 years, that might be 4 years, that might be 5 years. It's really up to the needs of the district and the decision of the board.
We're gonna be presented with what are we gonna, spend the bonds with tonight? No. Thank you.
So from my understanding, we're gonna have another meeting where we're gonna identify what we spend the bond money on. Am I correct to assume that, Mr. Marcus? Okay, that's gonna be in a different one.
So why do we need to approve right now? We don't know what we are. I'm gonna issue the money for right now.
The money will be deposited, $4.3 million as an example. Will be deposited in a special fund being held by the county. And then it is up to the board to make a decision as to how those funds will be spent. There have been various estimates of what those projects mean. It's more a matter of how much can you spend in order to make the indebtedness, but the final decision is.
Stop.
Thank you.
Mr. Sheldon.
Before we begin, public comment, I want to inform the public that all translations will be conducted simultaneously, as we mentioned earlier. So if you need, headphones, headsets, please see them. We encourage all participants to share constructive ideas and perspectives while respecting others' rights to do the same. The board welcomes differing opinions, however, it is essential that all disagreements be expressed in a courteous and meaningful way. Personal attacks or disrespectful behavior towards others will not be tolerated. To maintain a positive environment, all speakers are asked to be courteous, patient, and respectful while others are speaking. Comments should be concise, relevant to the topic, and within the allotted time. Members of the public must be recognized by the board president or the chairperson before speaking and may only address the board from the podium and not from the audience. Public comments must adhere to civility policy or policy 1313, which promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among all members of the school community, including employees, board members, contractors, parents, guardians, students, and the public. This policy is not intended to restrict any person's constitutional rights to freedom of speech or on school grounds or at district activities. Uncivil or harassing conduct by any member of the San Ysidro School District community is harmful to the educational environment and will not be permitted. Civil behavior includes politeness, courtesy, integrity, honesty, timeliness, dependability, adherence to laws and rules, and effective communication. Students, staff, parents, guardians, and community members are expected to communicate and behave in ways that do not disrupt district operations, hinder learning, or create unsafe environments. So the public comments now on open sessions, I just ask people who have filled out speaker slips, the timer is over here to your right. And just please keep an eye on your time. Our first speaker will be Guadalupe Gonzalez, community member. Welcome.
Actually, I'd like to give Mrs. Guadalupe Gonzalez a round of applause. She's actually a fellow trustee for the San Diego County Office of Education. And her region is essentially the South area, including San Ysidro. So, Mrs. Gonzalez, welcome to our meeting.
Thank you. Good evening, buenas noches, board president and board members. My name is Guadalupe Gonzalez. I come to speak as a longtime South Bay community member. My background is as a college professor emeritus, San Diego County delegate to the California School Board Association. I'm a board member of the Bonita Museum and Cultural Center. I'm a board member of Classroom of the Future, and I am a member of the Association of California County Boards of Education. I serve on the Board of Trustees for the San Diego County Office of Education. I do this to let you know what my background and breadth of experience is. So my breadth of experience leads me to speak about the heights of excellence that have been obtained by the San Ysidro School District under the stewardship of Dr. Gina Potter. As a longtime resident of the South Bay, I've experienced the upheavals and changes in charges in leadership in San Ysidro. The stability and honors that San Ysidro School District has enjoyed under Dr. Potter's guidance is truly amazing. This small district has received awards for their science program. They have received coveted golden bells bestowed by the California School Board Association, all of which promote excellence in education and school board governance. They recognize outstanding programs and governance practices. San Ysidro has received one for outstanding program in the curriculum and instruction category, literacy, English and language arts, and again this year has been recognized for a model community schools ecosystem. San Ysidro has also received recognition and awards by ACSA, which is the Association of California School Administrators, for their collaboration with community members. These are all milestones achieved and are to be lauded for the leadership exhibited by Dr. Potter. Furthermore, on a personal note, I also have the horrific experience of child abuse and molestation in my family. This is something I do not wish on anyone, and believe that the investigation called for by Board Member Martinez to consider the actions taken and timeframe in which they were instituted is appropriate. I look forward to the professional investigative report, therefore mitigating a rush to judgment. I thank you for your time.
Jasmine Lopez. And she will be speaking on transportation.
Hi, everybody. Okay, so my name is Jasmine Lopez. I'm here because I want to thank you guys for sending me up to Sacramento. I was successful in becoming a school bus driver instructor. This is my certificate. But now I have a big problem. I've been back for the past, it'll be the end of this month, it'll be 3 months. Since I came back from the academy, and I have been unable to teach any of the drivers. I'm still not a state certified instructor, or I don't have a position here at the district. So I'm here to ask you guys if you guys can help me out. I want to be reclassified as an instructor or something. I'm still a school bus driver. Maybe I could just become a school bus driver / an instructor to be able to train the drivers. We need to have so many hours of service every year. We need to have 10 hours. Sorry, getting nervous. I need to be able to give 10 hours behind the wheel instruction and 10 hours instructional time, classroom time. If not, I'm going to lose my certificate. It was very expensive for the district to send me up to Sacramento. And until this day, I have not been able to teach anything because it's not in my job description. So I'm just here today asking if you guys, hopefully you guys can help me out and get that in my job description to be an instructor and start teaching as soon as possible. A lot of our drivers are almost due to renew. Merit will still be coming in to help us out. I don't see why we still need her. She was originally contracted for her to come and help me out to be able to be sent up to Sacramento. That was done already. I have been successful. Economically, it doesn't make sense that we're still paying her when I'm here and I'm able to do the job myself. Thank you. Have a good night.
Ms. Strange, non-agenda item.
Superintendent Potter and President Rosario, taxpayers' oversight for parents and students find your failures staggering. No cameras, ADA violations, unsafe lockers, revoked license, censorship, serving uncooked chicken. And keeping predators on your payroll, including an alleged rapist of a 4-year-old whom Superintendent Potter called a safety incident. Did you know all these accolades that I keep hearing how great this school district is, but what we see is that your students who graduate, only 1 in 5 are literate. Again, 1 in 5. That's it. And San Ysidro ranks near the bottom statewide. Again, 1 in 5 students are literate because you protect predators, not children. Your excuse for not telling students, parents for months about the safety incident is because there was an investigation. My question to you is, what investigation happens when you do not query the parents who were also subject to the alleged rapist? What kind of investigation is that? It isn't. It's totally incomplete and unacceptable. Furthermore, you honored a teacher who has been accused of serial harassment, shuffled him through 6 schools, as reported by the Voice of San Diego. And in fact, the very last meeting, he was one of you who tried to boot parents out because they were so upset about the deplorable way that case has been handled. It's deplorable. Anyway, I could go on, but my point, I think that Potter should resign, and maybe you too, Ms. Rosario. Thank you.
Rosie Guerra, President of the CGRA.
Good evening. My name is Rosie Higuera. I'm president of North County San Diego Republican Assembly, and I am a child and family advocate. And I heard your lawyer speaking early, very soft-spoken and very low, as if he's telling a secret, to not go with Advocates for Faith and Freedom because they have brought lawsuits against school districts. That is good. If a school district is not doing their job and they're protecting predators, they should be sued. So because you told them not to hire Advocates for Faith and Freedom and you are beholden to the teachers' unions, I think you should go for Advocates for Faith and Freedom because they're going to protect children, which you all were elected to do. This is a lack of accountability. And we need to keep this child in mind that was 4 years old, that was sexually raped by one of your teaching assistants, allegedly. So last month, you all said that you would stand with the family and protect the family. So that means doing the right thing. You guys still have the opportunity to fire Gina Potter. It takes 3 of you to fire the lawyers and the attorneys. And you guys should, if you're really about protecting children and educating children and keeping them safe, you should do that. You should also remove these prison fences that are around some of your schools, like Willow and Sunset. You should remove the parental policies that are keeping parents out and keeping predators safe and in. And there's only one school board member, Ms. Peraza, who is calling for the resignation of Gina Potter. Why aren't all of you, if you care so much about children? I encourage parents to take your power back. There are 3 positions available on the school board, and I encourage you to run for these seats. No one is going to save you or your children. You need to save them yourselves. So please come talk to me, organize. I would love to help you. You should hire the parent, Antonio. He's a Sunset preschool dad. You should hire him for the cameras. They should be in every classroom, in all of the safe spaces for these children. And I would also invite the public to show up on December 3rd at the county courthouse to stand with this little girl and her families. And if there's any other families that were affected by this predator, please come forward. Our hearts and our prayers are for you. So I want to remind you guys are servants, public servants. You're here to serve the families and the children. And if children can't be safe in schools, then parents should pull them out, because we are paying you to educate, not sexualize and hurt children. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Mary Davis, founder of the Public Education Oversight Project. Earlier this year, a 4-year-old child at Sunset Elementary was sexually assaulted, allegedly during nap time, by a district employee. Yet families were not broadly notified until months after his July arrest. That is unacceptable. Parents and the community deserve a clear public timeline. What did the district and the superintendent know? When did they know it? And why was the community kept in the dark for so long? I'm asking you to create a written timeline of events, the whole duration of these past now almost 9 months to a year. Parents deserve that timeline, and I want you to make it publicly available. Adding insult to injury, those who have had the courage to ask hard questions about how events and timeline played out, they have faced hostility instead of support. Let me remind everyone, retaliating against a whistleblower or anyone exposing and documenting possible wrongdoing is a violation of both California Labor Code Section 1102.5 and federal law, U.S. Code 18, Section 1513. Those statutes exist to protect truth tellers from intimidation. And trying to silence whistleblowers comes at a steep price, as evidenced recently at Sandag, and with their $2.5 million arbitration award that was against them. Lastly, this district is federally funded, and with those dollars come conditions. You must maintain a safe environment and uphold civil rights, including Title I, and I would also remind you, federal Title IX, protecting women and girls. Additionally, the U.S. Code 18, Section 242, and I really want you to pay attention to this part, it details penalties for the deprivation of rights under the color of law. This section has seemed to fly under the radar. It's a federalist section. It normally applies to law enforcement officers and the judiciary is where it's commonly used. However, it also applies to government employees, including public educators and administrators who act under the authority of the state. When a teacher, aide, or official use a position to harm or to conceal harm, it is not mere misconduct. It is an abuse of state power at the federal level. Those entrusted with the care of children hold the highest duty of care and are recognized for that public service. When that trust is broken, the accountability must rise to the highest level. This case is quickly hurtling towards federal involvement. Do the right thing, release a timeline, protect all whistleblowers, and restore transparency before federal agencies are forced to do it for you. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Miguel Aguirre. I'm a 40-year business owner and property owner here in San Ysidro, in commercial real estate. I am here to support Kenya Barasa and stand with her. I've gotten to know her. She was a friend of my wife's over the last year and have come to know her as an amazing lady who fights for what she thinks is right, isn't afraid, and I admire that. You know, as a single, not a single, but as a young mother of children, school-aged children here in San Ysidro, she's got every right to want to protect not only her kids, but the community's kids. I came here to San Ysidro over 40 years ago, and I'm proud to call myself a San Ysidroan because I believe in San Ysidro. And it has been, it's a tough neighborhood, let me tell you. And the job you guys have up front there hasn't been easy. It's been a long, tough track record, you know, looking back to the San Ysidro School Board. And we got to do better. You know, there's so much opportunity here, home of the world's busiest border crossing, the city of San Diego, and we need to come together. I just because some of us think differently, it seems like the majority here in San Ysidro feel it's okay to attack that person. And that's what I'm continuing to see here with Kenya. And it's just not right. I mean, it's not right to ask somebody to not speak or to file or amend, you know, statutes to quiet her. Is it? Are we all going to be quiet? I'm asking this board and this community to really come together. We need transparency. We haven't had it here in San Ysidro. I suffered for years. It was big financial losses. I was sued by the state. Thankfully, I won, but still the damage was done. San Ysidro has suffered because of this lack of transparency. It's not right. I've supported Mr. Martinez. I've known him for years. I can call him a friend, and I trust that he will do the right thing. And what's before you guys? I mean, it sounds like Miss Mary Davis just said what's coming. If it's not done right, do we really want that scandal here in San Ysidro? We have so much opportunity, but we all need to come together as a community. And all we're asking for is transparency. Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening. I was actually interested when the night I was reading this, I was kind of laughing inside. She's trying to silence us, and it's my amendment right to speak however I want to. Anyways, I want to address two serious issues tonight. The unconstitutional attempt to regulate public comments by requiring respectful speech and the San Ysidro School District's failure to immediately notify the community about the alleged sexual assault of a student that occurred in January but was not disclosed until September. First, regarding the agenda language that says comments should be respectful. The First Amendment does not require the public to speak in a specific tone, and several major court cases make this clear. In Baca versus Moreno Valley Unified School District 1996, the court ruled that school boards cannot prohibit negative comments about employees because it violates the First Amendment. In Levento versus Vista Unified School District 1997, the court held that requiring the public to speak in a respectful, courteous, or polite manner is unconstitutional because the government cannot regulate tone or emotional expression. And in Acosta versus City of Costa Mesa in 2013, the court ruled that a speaker cannot be removed simply for being disrespectful unless they actually disrupt the meeting. Tone is not disruption. Criticism is not disruption. Accountability is not disruption. Please take notes, Ms. Rosario. Thank you. Now to the second issue, which is far more alarming, the alleged sexual assault of San Ysidro student in January and the district's 9-month silence until September. If this timeline is accurate, this represents a complete failure in student safety, transparency, and leadership. There's strong precedent in California showing that superintendents can and have been removed for similar failures. In the Redlands Unified School District, multiple administrators, including district-level leadership, were removed after repeated failures to properly report or inform the public about sexual abuse cases. In Sacramento City Unified, Superintendent Jorge Aguilar was pressured to resign after investigations determined that the district mishandled safety incidents with withheld critical information from parents. These cases show a clear pattern. When a superintendent fails to protect students or withholds crucial information, resignation or removal becomes a necessary step to restore trust. If Superintendent Gina Potter waited 9 months to notify the county board of alleged sexual assault, she should be
Thank you. Your time is
fired.
up. I will now ask members of the board and superintendent if they have any items. I will begin with Kenya Peraza. That's first. Okay. So. Tonight. I stand here once again demanding answers that any responsible leader should have provided months ago. And before I begin, I want to remind everyone why I fought for school cameras in the first place. To prevent exactly the type of situation we saw at Sunset, where it appears a child molester operated for almost a year and actually 2 years, and he's still free. The failure continues to haunt this district. As a board member, it is my responsibility to focus on policy reform, governance, and student protection. And that is the only purpose of my comments tonight. Nothing I say should be interpreted as targeting any individual. This is about improving systems, not about people. At our last meeting, I asked 3 simple questions. To this day, I have received no answers. So I will repeat them again exactly as they were said, because the public deserves to hear them again. Number 1, what board policy allows this district to delay notifications, parents, when their children might be at risk? Notifying parents when their children might be at risk. Number 2, was there an explicit request from a law enforcement to withhold that information? And if so, where is that documentation? Number 3, why was my repeated request to have working cameras in our schools not answered? And you heard these questions last meeting. These are not difficult questions that I did ask with Superintendent Potter. And since there have been accusations, misinformations, and even a district-wide letter from board member Zenaida attacking me personally. So let's go back to the public timeline. Short, clear, and based only on what has been publicly reported or officially released. So I will present to you a timeline. 2022, Jaime Godinez is hired and reportedly works at multiple school sites. January 15th of 2025, the parents reportedly notified authorities of the abuse.
July 23, from January to July 23, 2025. Godinez is arrested after DNA evidence was reportedly found on the child's garment under Penal Code 288.7A, which involves sexual acts with a child 10 years old or younger and carries a sentence of 25 years to life in prison. September 4th, our board meeting, 2025. Parents in the same preschool, in the same preschool classroom were notified, reportedly because licensing required it. September 5th, first district-wide letter is sent stating a new act is legally different from a rape charge. Late September, a civil lawsuit is filed. The attorney stated this individual took unusual interest in this girl and spent an ordinary amount of time with this girl. October 6th, second district-wide letter is sent, repeating the first and stating that certain online allegations were false. October 8th, court hearing is moved to December 3. October 16th, community members, parents, and myself call for the superintendent's resignation. A statement I am not backing off. October 21, community care licensing conducts an unannounced visit to Sunset Preschool after receiving a complaint of an alleged violation. October 25, a third district-wide letter signed by President Rosario is sent defaming my comments from the October 16 meeting. This is the timeline, but there's gaps that remain unanswered. These are simple factual questions, not accusations. When did the teachers stop coming to work? When did the students stop coming to school? And I mean the teacher aide, Jaime Godinez. Was this in January 15 or earlier? How long was this child being molested? According to the investigation, why were parents not told immediately, the rest of the parents? Why has there been no apology to the parents? With that, I am requesting that the district issues a district-wide apology letter on behalf of the governing board and administration. Same as the ones we have sent 3 times. Instead of pointing fingers, we should be able to acknowledge mistakes and show honesty. And another unanswered question, why have parents and my own repeated petitions for cameras been ignored for nearly a full year? Actually, 1.5 years, now that I counted. It is only today, magically, that I finally see an item placed on the agenda regarding my request, one of my requests. And is the first item this board has ever allowed into the agenda from me in an entire year of proposals and requests. As I warned in my request, my petition to have an item in the agenda for the use of cameras in classrooms and potential implementation of body cameras for school staff. Now, 11 months after this tragic abuse took place, the request finally appears, and I will make my remarks during that item on the agenda. Tonight, I'm also introducing 2 policies that I urge my fellow board members to approve for agendizing at our next board meeting. So I would like for the rest of the board members to help me decide tonight if we're gonna have this in the next agenda. Policy number 1. Immediate parent notification of staff misconduct allegations and potential risks to students. The purpose is simple. The purpose is very simple, and this is so parents must be notified the same day the next day, or the same day this happens in their child's classroom, even while an investigation is still unfolding. This policy ensures parents receive immediate factual information, and if law enforcement ever asks the district to withhold specific details, the superintendent may limit those details, but must still issue a general safety notification on us as much as possible that we can provide to parents. This is backed by Education Code 51101, Title 5, Safety Regulations, and best practice from the California Department of Education and the Department of Justice, such as other districts actually do. And policy number 2, immediate board notification and written documentation requirement. The purpose of this policy is to ensure the governing board is fully informed about safety incidents, allegations, or concerns involving district staff. It requires the superintendent to notify the entire board immediately and to present incidents, allegations, or concerns exactly as they were reported, without altering or minimizing information. If law enforcement ever issues a written directive restricting disclosure, it must be shown to the board in closed session and kept on record. Once that restriction is lifted, the board must be fully informed without delay. This policy is grounded in Education Code 35010 and 35161, Title 5 Regulations and Best Practice from the CBE and DOJ. This ensures real oversight and real accountability, and most of all, real transparency. That's my first note. And I want to bring something different, different topic. And this is about another policy that I want to propose. So new worries have been rising up since 2 months ago, I believe, about parent emails that we received about concerns regarding who will be the person changing their diapers when it's required. So I have the emails here, but they do have very good explanation of why we should consider a policy that takes this kind of matters. So after hearing these parents' voices, I believe we must listen carefully and act responsibly. Parents deserve peace of mind when sending their little boys to school. I would like to officially propose a district-wide policy named Parent Choice Diaper Assistance Policy that gives parents an optional gender preference form. This will allow each parent to choose whether they prefer that their child's diaper change be handled by a feminine or masculine staff member. This proposal is not about discrimination. It's about parental choice and child safety. When we give parents options, we will build trust and transparency between families and schools. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. I want to start off by congratulating Ms. Manson and Mr. and Dr. Iniguez. I know you all worked very hard on, one second there. Yeah, on the bonds and all that work, and so I appreciate you and the work that you continue to do on behalf of the district. The other thing is I want to thank SYA and CSEA for your continued efforts with all of our kids and, you know, just our communities as a whole. I want to personally thank you for your hard work. I am also looking forward to the RFQ process that we voted to advance today for legal services to conduct an external independent investigation and the results that will be yielded from that. I think this is the first step in rebuilding community trust, and I'm really looking forward to that process. I also want to address the fact that there are a lot of questions that have been asked that we as board members cannot answer because we do not have those answers. There is currently a criminal proceeding in place that's being taken place by the San Diego Police Department and the District Attorney's Office. And all questions surrounding that process and whether or not somebody's out free and whether or not somebody's on the streets, we cannot answer that. That is a separate process to us as a board, and all questions regarding that investigation and that process should be directed to the San Diego Police Department and the District Attorney's Office. Thank you.
Ms. Irene Lopez.
Well, good evening. Want to thank, Principal and Vice Principal, Ocean Hills for hosting us today. I'm kind of like, proud to see how the school bond transparency card was given to our district by our CEO, Marilyn, and for Mr. Hennigas. It's an A+. And that is something great for our district. And I know you've worked hard with it. I want to thank you for all your work and your staff that gave us the opportunity to be recognized in that form. And maybe, a lot of our people don't know, but, I'm also an older, like a lot of people have said, an old board member that should go off. Well, you know what? This is my district. This is my community. I grew up, I went to school here. I have my children go to school here. Now I have my grandchildren. I know San Ysidro. And it's not just the bottom part of San Ysidro. When I became elected, we had Ocean Hills, which is just this area, it's small, but it's grown. And I walked it all the way down to Dennery Road to let the community know that I was running for the school board and won. So it's not an easy task, but I know that there's a lot of people out there in the community that would like to be a board member. And because of all the bad publicity or whatever you want to judge it. But you know what? I have a lot of faith. And I can't forgive a lot of people that have said things or, you know, feel that they have the right, they do have the right to come and speak. And I'm gonna say, I can't forgive you, but I have, because I don't judge you. Someone up there is looking and knowing, and I believe in them. But we've tried to do the best we can, and we've been board members, and we're trying to do the best we can, and sometimes we can't say, and it's by law. It's a law, and we have to follow that law. And that's respecting what our community is and what we were pushing for. And the first thing is, I'd like to thank the staff of all the schools, administrators. I know that we have gone through a lot, and I think we've achieved a lot of good things. And we're gonna continue. Because I feel that we have lost a lot of people that are new to our community and don't know. But you know what? I respect them. I respect them for coming and talking, because that's what we're here for. We're here. But we have a certain limit, what we can say, what we can answer. And maybe you think, well, they're just sitting being blind. You're not. They're thinking regulations that we need to follow in order to respect our students and our staff and the community. And that's what we're here for. And we're willing to accept whatever you want to say, talk about us, but a lot of you don't even know us and you judge us. So I just want to say, you know, you have that right. And I believe in that right. And I do believe that our people are doing the best they can. And I think that together, we're gonna continue to be recognized again, because we've been through a lot of years that a lot of you don't know the history of San Ysidro. But we that have been here, have worked here, or have lived here, you know. So I think we're making us, because we are gonna continue to go on. And I know that, things will change. I know they will. And things will need to be changed, not only in our minds and our hearts, but in the way we continue to strive. Because the only kids that we're children too, but our children that live here and go to our schools, they need our support and our help. And that's what we're here for also. So I think that by listening, talking, but respecting each other is very important. My culture and other cultures have the same idea. To respect each other as human beings and talk with each other. But don't judge people without knowing the truth. So thank you for all of you being here, and I think we can work together, and I wanna thank also SYDA and CSDA, because I know it's hard for them to be working as members of our classified certificated. It's not easy. And sometimes we need to really unite and talk with each other and bring the issues that, not our personal issues, but our own issues that we see. Because a lot of you are at the schools, a lot of you are in the classrooms. That's the important thing. To speak regarding what you see and what you can bring to the ideas to help us understand and help us work with you. So I want to thank you all.
And thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I want to welcome everyone again to our board meeting tonight. I want to give a very special thank you to Ms. Mesa for hosting us. Where's Ms. Mesa? She's over there. Let's give her a round of applause. Go ahead. I want to give a very special thank you to our fellow trustee, Lupe Gonzalez. Obviously, I mentioned before that she's the trustee that represents most of South County school districts. So the fact that she's here tonight, just welcome, trustee Gonzalez. Thank you for being here. I also want to give a very special thank you to my good friend, Miguel Aguirre, who I've known for a very long time. We served in the planning group for many years. For any of you that want to know an innovator in terms of what he plans and what will happen, in my opinion, in the San Ysidro Boulevard and our transportation corridor and his vision to make that better, have a conversation with this man. He's an innovator and he's got something rolling, and I know we're going to do great things in San Ysidro. So thanks again for being here. For those of you who don't know, we had a special board meeting earlier at 4 o'clock to address the issue of external investigation that would be happening. The most important thing, obviously, that is that us as a board, we decide parameters in terms of that investigation. That's transparent, and that we have accountability with that investigation. So I was very excited to see that it passed unanimously. I'm looking forward to the proposals that are going to be coming from the law firms that are going to be asking to participate in that investigation. And I have no doubt in my mind that us as a board will come together and have that investigation be successful. And on the last note, I just want to give a very special thank you to staff that are here tonight. The SYA, CSEA, our admin team, Miguel, Christina, everyone here, Pablo, Elmi, even a very special thank you also to the San Diego PD, who is with us here today. And on that note, I really want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Spend it with your loved ones and family, and we'll see you next month.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. First of all, I want to use the fact that this is a very special month to be grateful and thankful. And though we should always be grateful, we should always be thankful. I'm always thankful that we have opportunities to have our board meetings at the different school sites so that, we are aware that we are a small community, but each school is individual. Each school has their special, heart. Each school is recognized for different things, different ideas that are brought forth by the leadership and by the students and teachers and the parents of the community. I remember when they first built this school and we were having all our welcome back teacher events. We felt happy, jealous in a very happy way, but then we would go back to our schools and say like, gee, there's a leak again, or the AC doesn't work, or the carpet is really a mess. And then within a few years, we really started noticing that the community really was coming forward to help us. By passing these bonds, they're unheard of in the amounts of school bonds that we have passed in this small, powerful, mighty community. And I think that we have to always remember and be thankful for our community and showing us that that is their way to show their involvement, because they may be really busy with their jobs or their, small businesses. But there's always ways to contribute to the education of children who are growing up in San Ysidro. Many of our children have grown up to become very successful. And I'm very fortunate to have lived here now more than 40 years. And I run into that first generation of students who are now turning 50 years old. And I am always amazed to hear the kind of work that they're doing. And they're so, some of their titles and some scientists I have never even heard of. And we always say that when we're teaching our children, that we are preparing them for the future jobs that we don't even know are going to exist. And with technology just turning over like 360 degrees, it really, really shows that we are doing some great things for our community. And why? Because we have a dedicated school district, teachers who are very dedicated about their professional growth, who attend conferences even on their own times on Saturdays. And that's powerful because all that comes back into the classrooms. So I want to say thank you to every single educator in this community, and some of whom are children who grew up in San Ysidro and are now teachers. We have many who grew up and they, for many reasons, they're not in our district, but they may be serving as the lead superintendent of San Diego City Schools. Dr. Fabiola grew up and was the best friend of Veronica Medina. And just a lot of people who are really thankful that they grew up in San Ysidro and thankful for the education that they acquired in this community. All the teachers who teach in this community are truly, truly dedicated. Some have even driven all the way here from Temecula and Ramona just to teach in this community. And we have teachers with big hearts. And we see so much in the classrooms, and we know so much the needs of our children, that what we want for them is to know that they can come to school and there is peace. There's peace between teachers, parents, students, the leaders of the schools, the administration, the school board, and community members. When I think of community members, I think about people who actually live in a community. And then I think about the community members who don't live here, but they pour out their hearts by teaching here, by being principals here, by being counselors, psychologists, assistant superintendents. I really feel the people who support us all the time, maybe you're not thanked enough, but thank you. You are seen, and we do know the hard work that it takes. And I speak from my heart. I know that many of our students are very successful. And 1 out of 5, that statistic needs to be checked again, because it's not true. And our children, it would be really great if we had our own high school, but that's not the way it works. But I want to thank everybody who is always continuously caring about this community. Civility is important. What a difference between October 16th. The chaos at that meeting was unbearable, was embarrassing. But it was not caused by the community members of this San Ysidro School District or the people who live in this community. And I want to be able to know that we have police officers that are here to protect us, who are here to support us, and our school staff, our safety gentlemen who help our schools day in and day out. It's very important that we understand, that we know you are watching us all the time. And what we ask of community members for civility, that's the same thing we ask for children. And we want them to know that they can come to a district where they are looked at, respected, and talked to in a very civil way. There are many ways to get things done, but harassment and intimidation will never lead to working together. So in this time of Thanksgiving, I want to thank all of you. And you all know, those of us who have been here for many years, and yes, I may be old, and it's okay, I just turned one more year older last year, but I'm proud to say my first group of students are 50 and many successful. My last generation, they are sixth graders, and I know they are very successful. So all the children of San Ysidro, you are fortunate to come to a school where everybody truly cares about you. The leaders, the principals, your work is not easy. I was a principal for one year and I said, I'm out of here. Your job is not easy. And mostly because I wanted to read stories all the time. And the superintendent said, no, you can't do that. But I really think that each one of you has a part, a thread that holds us together. Every single one of you. Our parents are the jewels of this community. Our students, they are the heartbeat. And if you see them, we need to learn more about children, from children. You see them sometimes having a disagreement, and then the parents come and they'll complain and say, this little boy was hitting them, and I don't want them to play together. I don't want them to be together. Separate them. The next day, those two kids are the best friends. And you tell the parents they're best friends. You can't, they worked it out, and that's what we need to do more on, working it out civilly. And I really know that we have so many accolades that have not been given to us. They have been earned by the children of San Ysidro through the leadership, day in and day out. And those are really great to have. Just like when you go apply for a job, your resume is important. If you have nothing on that resume, they're not going to even interview you. Our resume is amazing. And I'm proud to say that I taught here for 40 years, have lived here for more than 40 years, and now serve as a board member. And I dedicate my service to everyone who makes this district the place that it is. So I thank you all. And sometimes it gets hard, but we got to get up and move forward. So truly, from the bottom of my heart, I wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving, that you find time to really reflect on you as a person, and thank yourself for what you do, and thank yourself for being a role model and a mentor to the children in this community, because they do look up to us. And that's why civility is very important. Thank you. Principal Harvey.
I just briefly, I just wanna inform the board and inform our members present and community. This past Friday, the San Ysidro School District was awarded the AXA 2025 Partners in Education Excellence Award, only one given in the whole state, and it was awarded to San Ysidro School District for the sci-fi collaboration with the science fleet. Please give them our teachers and staff a big round of applause. Also, yesterday, we were for the last 2 months, but yesterday we concluded to be part of a study from Stanford University on getting down to the facts. We have two interviewers, administrators, and teachers to be part of the study. Although it is an anonymous contribution, San Ysidro School District has contributed their work and their efforts in the improvement in mathematics. Congratulations to all the teachers and staff, and especially thanks to those teachers who participated in administrators. Ms. Dickinson and Dr. Ennis, getting an A+ is not an easy thing to do anywhere.
This is okay, but.
Congratulations to the two of you again, and thank you for the staff and administration for the hard work and dedication. Let's focus on our students. That's our job in and day out. Thank you, Ms. Eva, for meeting with me early in the morning today. I know it's a long day. But is the realization that the most important thing that we can do is to work for the better being of our students. Thank you.
I just wanted to make a quick mention also, I don't want to dismiss, the fact that we had Jasmine come here. And I remember about a year and a half ago, she came with, many of the bus drivers and asked that it would be important if the board would really, look into sending her to be a trainer of trainers. And now she comes almost a year later with her certificate. She is certificated as a trainer of trainers. So I really do want us to look at that. Look at a way that we can now have her be the lead trainer of trainers of the bus drivers. And it's not easy to be certified. Driving a bus is one of the most important, huge responsibility for a bus driver carrying our precious cargo from one place to another, whether it be taking them to schools or on field trips close or far away, like Disneyland, that I see sometimes. So thank you, Jasmine. I don't know if you're still here, but for your determination to go through this very, very difficult, extensive training. And we wish you the best of luck, and I'm hoping that we can sit with her and way to now have her use her new leadership skills with all the bus drivers. We will now move to general administration action items, 13.1 minutes. To approve the minutes of the regular board meeting of September 4th. Do I have a motion? I'll make a motion. Irene, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
No, and as I mentioned the last board meeting, I will not approve until the minutes are correct and it express what everyone in the public said. Thank you.
Aye.
4-0. 4-1. 13.2, organizational meeting to approve Thursday, December 11th at 5:00 p.m. in the multicultural complex at the San Ysidro Middle School as the date, time, and place for the annual organizational meeting of the governing board per Ed Code Section 35-143.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes. Item 13.2.
13.3.
To approve Thursday, 13.3, the resolution number 2526-0019, requesting a temporary transfer of funds for fiscal year 25-26.
So moved.
And I second. May I have the vote?
Aye.
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 Motion passes 5-0. 13.4, resolution number 2526-0021, certifying bond election results to the Board of Supervisors of San Diego County, all proceedings in the November 5, 2025 general obligation bond election for Measure KK.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. 13.5, resolution number 2526-0022, certifying bond election results to the Board of Supervisors of San Diego County, all proceedings in the November 5, 2024 general obligation bond election for Measure LL.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. 13.6, resolution number 2526-0023, certifying bond election results to the Board of Supervisors of San Diego County, all proceedings in the November 5, 2024 general obligation bond election for Measure MM.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Oh, aye. 13.7, resolution number 2526-0024, establishing a bond oversight committee for Measure KK, Measures LL, and Measures NN.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 13.8, resolution 2526-0025, authorizing the issuance of the bonds of the School Facilities Improvement District number 2 of San Ysidro School District General Obligation Bonds, 2024 election series, a measure of Measure KK in a principal amount not to exceed 22,830,000 and approving various actions related thereto.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. I vote. 13.9, resolution number 2526-0026, authorizing the issuance of bonds of the School Facilities Improvement District number 2 of the San Ysidro School District General Obligation Bonds, 2024 election series. A, Measure LL in a principal amount not to exceed 22,160,000 and approving various actions related thereto.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. 13.10, resolution number 2526-0027, authorizing the issuance of the bonds of the School Facilities Improvement District number 1 of the San Ysidro School District General Obligation Bonds, 2024 election series. A, Measure MM in a principal amount not to exceed 4,300,000 and approving various actions related thereto.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. 13.11, first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits 0000 series. All in favor?
We have to make a motion. I'll make the motion, Madam President.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes by vote. 13.12, first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits 4000 series.
So moved.
Second.
May I have a vote?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. 13.13, first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibits 5000 series.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes.
Madam President, the next action item, we do have two, requests, two slips.
For 13.14, first reading and adoption of revised board policies, administrative regulations, and exhibit 6000 series.
So the first one is Rosie Higuera.
Yes, so this one is about Title IX athletic competition. So I urge you all to be men and women of honor and courage and follow Title IX to protect our children, especially our vulnerable young girls in the bathrooms, in sports, in their safe spaces. You have a recognition of religious beliefs and customs. It's a common sense issue. It's a safety issue. Antonio and Martin, how would you gentlemen feel if your wife went into a bathroom at a park and some man went in there? I mean, they could be sexually assaulted. This is exactly what we are exposing our children to, especially our young girls. So this is very, very dangerous. This also refers to your sexual health and HIV/AIDS prevention instruction. Let me just tell you, parents, the sex education in public schools is off the charts. It's XXX. I'm embarrassed as an adult to read some of the things that they're forced to learn. Some of it is anal sex. Some of it is butt plugs, things that are way inappropriate that are stealing our children's innocence. We need to dial it way, way back. I urge the school board members to teach abstinence. Our kids' brains are not fully formed until they're 25. Bring the parents into the decision-making process. I mean, kids can go now and get penis tuckers, chest binders, free condoms, free abortions, all without parental consent and notification. That is so, so wrong. No wonder our children are sad, depressed, and suicidal. We need to bring prayer back. We need to bring the 10 Commandments and high academics, rigorous standards, not all of this sexualization, indoctrination, and allowing boys and young men into girls' locker rooms, bathrooms, sports. We're erasing girls and young women. So Zenaida, Kenya, Irene, your mothers, grandmothers, let's do this for the kids. Let's protect them at all costs. Let's uphold Title IX, which is federal law, not state law, but federal law. So federal law trumps state law. So please protect our children, especially our young girls. Thank you.
Ms. Strain?
You cannot force families to surrender their First Amendment rights. Is this on? If you pass California Interscholastic Federation or CIF's policy as written, you will invite litigation and you will lose. AB 3074 only restricts derogatory mascots. It does not authorize districts to impose CIF's ideologies, violate laws, and encourage danger. Ask Peyton McNabb's mom how it felt to care for her paralyzed daughter after receiving a kill shot in the face by a boy pretending to be a girl in her high school volleyball tournament that has changed her life permanently. Newsflash, CIF is currently being sued. Students do not lose their free speech rights at sporting events. President Rosario. Adopting CIF's rules blindly exposes you to First Amendment lawsuits, federal code violations, Title 42, Section 1983, civil rights actions, Title IX, and mandatory attorney's fees. Promote sportsmanship, not CIF litigious viewpoints. Taxpayers' oversight for parents and students urges you to vote to amend Board Policy 6145.2, requiring students, parents, and spectators to abide by CIF's code of conduct. It's illegal. When CIF restricts political viewpoints of criticism of school policy, it becomes unconstitutional compelled speech under Barnett, Tinker, and Janus case laws. Do not force families to advocate for an organization undermining girls' athletic safety, privacy, and everyone's free speech. Thank you.
We have to make a motion, the second.
Do I have a motion?
I would like to make an alternative motion to move this item in the agenda to the next board meeting. So we have time to review it correctly. I'm not gonna lie, 24 pages in a very small amount of time. It was not easy to read. So the things that I have spotted, some of them are not well described, and there's a lot of vague language. And I also don't like the fact that the superintendent or designation ensures that equivalent athletic opportunities, depending on gender. So, and I'm also worried about different gender, student to be in the opposite gender. In the locker rooms, I know that if that doesn't happen in the restrooms, but I just want to assure that. And previously to this meeting, I asked for some documentation. I was told there was it depends on the case of the student, that there are different accommodations. I did not receive that yet. So I think it's important for us to think very carefully about it and then move into the next board meeting, so we're prepared. And yes, I think I know that the Mohammed versus Taylor lawsuit had to do a lot with some of the changes that required CS, the California School Board Association to make these changes. However, I know we have sent some opt-in and out forms to our schools. But I did notice that the language is a little bit vague. Some what we're explaining to parents. So we can review it and we can add or modify our own as well. So again, I'm asking the board to move it to the next board agenda.
So you need a second in order for us to have it.
There is a second.
I second it.
So you want to have discussion? Or you want to
It
vote on
opens it up for discussion, but the motion is to move the item to, sorry. The motion on the table, I think, is as
It's
I
basically
said,
just table it.
to table it for the next meeting.
Maybe, sure, I mean. Yeah. The item would be just to table it, but we'll also bring it back at the next board meeting. So unless we have a timeline, Mr. Bohorquez, in terms of whether these regulations would be,
No, it's part of the agenda, with all policy review that is done on a yearly basis, 7 times a year.
okay. Yeah. Okay, so we vote on it to table it.
I on the first mission.
Sure, aye. Sorry.
I'm gonna abstain. Or 13.15, discussion regarding classroom cameras and staff body cameras, which was requested by board member Peraza.
We do have, before we begin though, we have 5 guest speaker slots. So we're gonna start with Ms. Strange.
On behalf of taxpayers' oversight for parents and students, we're urging you to install cameras in preschools, special education, classrooms, hallways, lunch areas, and playgrounds, please. In January, as you know, a 4-year-old was sexually assaulted, allegedly, at San Ysidro campus. And the district kept it from parents for months. Ongoing bullying and safety incidents show the current system is failing. Cameras protect our youngest and nonverbal students, deter bullying, support staff, and give administrators accurate evidence when incidents do occur, and you know they will. This also rebuilds trust after this district's major security breach. You really need that, folks. California Education Code 32280 to 32282 requires real safety measures. And Ed Code 35160 grants you broad authority to implement cameras. And Ed Code 49050 allows a visual recording for safety. security. Security and safety. This district cannot endure another tragedy cover-up. Cameras without audio are lawful, necessary, and overdue. Please make this an action item agenda at your next board meeting. Right now, kids deserve protection, not excuses. Thank you.
Mary Davis.
Hi, good evening. Mary Davis with the Public Education Oversight Project. And first of all, I want to say and frame this, I am probably one of the staunchest privacy rights advocates you will ever meet. I had a lot of mixed feelings about the ALPRs, the automated license plate readers. And initially for cameras on campus, I was very resistant to that. But as we move forward, we are a digital society, and having cameras everywhere is becoming the norm, not the exception. The other issue, and you'll notice that I wear a body-worn camera, and I started doing that for my own personal safety after having been accosted in one of my activism by a person who did not like something they saw, came and actually physically attacked me. And so I realized at that point, I needed to do something for my own personal safety. What I didn't really think about at the time is I started wearing it to meetings, and I started getting a very different reaction from the people on the dais watching me. And that really brought home about a camera brings in accountability. And it's interesting, we have so many officers. I'm sure they could give you a lot of stories about the demeanors they see and how behavior changes when the camera's there. For the classroom, I know there's privacy issues, but I also go to special ed. I've talked to a lot of both parents and teachers that said there are a lot of assaults and physicality in that line of work that the paraeducators especially frequently get, and so I'm looking at your workman's comp claims too. I'd be interested to pull those numbers and see like how much of those maybe come from special ed. But aside from that, I just feel like accountability. And then most importantly, I go to the registrar of voters and voting, they have this random ballot collection at Hilton Head Park in East County. And I asked, is there a camera on that? Because to me, our vote should be like our ATMs, right? We guard our money. We should be guarding our vote. Well, if you go beyond that, aren't our children worth way more than money? So for their protection, and then lastly, if there might be resistance for staff, I really want to highlight, I don't know if it was Texas, it was one brutal assault where the student cold cocks that teacher and she ends up, and I just look at, if we had more accountability, I think we would see a change in behavior. It protects the teachers as well. And so I'm really urging you to at least explore the possibility of cameras, if anything, at least in the public spaces, hallways, et cetera. And then you could, inch along and explore possibly camera, but don't be so, keep your mind open and look at that this would actually protect the staff. And more importantly, if we go back to Sunset, we could also see, it's like having a video camera sign. You think, do they really have it? Change the behavior and prevent bad behavior. Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Guillermo Ramirez. I am a parent of a student of Sunset Preschool. I'm here tonight because I love my daughters and I care about their safety. My daughter began her first year of school of education this school year. She's a very happy kid. She loves to learn. She loves having friends. Every morning she wakes up with a smile on her face and she looks forward going to school and see her friends and learn new things. I don't ever want to see that smile go away, that excitement go away. To share a little bit about my background, I provide care for people with disabilities. I have several years of experience and I have worked in several facilities throughout the years providing care, supervision, and support for people with developmental and intellectual disabilities. With that being said, I want to thank every single one of you for bringing up this topic, especially Board Member Braza. I want to share my opinion on this topic and ask the board and the public to consider the following. Cameras increase transparency and accountability. When someone knows they're being recorded, their behavior changes, often for the better. This can help prevent misconduct from staff. Cameras can protect staff from false accusations or allegations. Maybe the teacher that is being sued had nothing to do with Jaime Godinez's misconduct, and now she's being dragged into a huge lawsuit because we can't see what actually happened in the classroom. And if she had nothing to do with it, it's quite unfair for her and her family. The same protection applies to students in case of bullying, which several parents have expressed concerns about. Many of us often drive a little bit above the speed limit. But what do we do when we see a police officer nearby? They're marked vehicles. We lower speed simply because we see them present. The cameras would have the same effect for staff. Video recordings could also be used for improvement in teaching. Some people may think that having cameras in classroom and or body cameras may interfere or violate staff's and or students' privacy. But from experience, from working in several facilities with cameras, it actually made me feel safer because there's a lot of allegations and stuff like that with adults with disabilities and such. And this has actually helped many of my coworkers in the past and myself. I understand that privacy is important. However, if the cameras are used appropriately and with a strong policy and a good policy in place, everyone in the classrooms will be safer, especially children. And also, I'm sure that the installation of cameras would be much cheaper than more lawsuits, if any. Thank you.
Angelica Martinez.
Good evening. Good evening once again. I'm here to speak on 13.5 regarding the consideration of classroom cameras and staff body cameras. Right now, parents in the district are not allowed on campus, not allowed to freely observe classrooms, and not always informed when incidents happen. When access is restricted, transparency must increase. If parents cannot be physically present, then cameras become a necessary tool to ensure accountability, safety, and trust. We live in a time where incidents are happening on school campuses all across California. Children are being harassed, students are injured, bullying goes unreported, employees are falsely accused. And in this district, even an alleged sexual assault that the public did not learn about for months. When information is delayed or hidden, trust collapses, cameras restore that trust. Classroom cameras and staff body cameras protect everyone. Cameras protect students. If a child is harmed, disrespected, restrained, improperly, bullied, or mistreated, the camera shows exactly what happened. No more he said, she said, no more waiting months for answers. Parents deserve immediate truth, especially when their children cannot advocate for themselves. Cameras protect staff, teachers, and employees are often falsely accused, and without cameras, they have no protection. A simple video review could clear staff member instantly and prevent unjust discipline or public attacks. Cameras protect the district. They reduce lawsuits, reduce investigations, and show the community that San Ysidro is committed to safety and transparency, not secrecy. Districts across the country have saved millions because cameras provide undeniable evidence. Cameras replace what parents are no longer allowed to see. If parents cannot come onto campus, then we need another way to ensure our kids are safe. You cannot deny access and deny transparency at the same time. Cameras solve that problem. Cameras hold leadership accountable when serious accidents happen, especially anything involving student harm. There is no excuse for delayed reporting, altered stories, or lack of documentation. Cameras ensure the truth is recorded the moment it happens. At the end of the day, the district has a responsibility to protect students and rebuild community trust. Cameras are not about punishment. They are about safety, transparency, and accountability.
SYA.
Can I start? Sorry, I have a loud voice. Good evening, Board of Trustees. I am here representing SYA, which is our Teachers Association. I am the president of our association. I'm here not only representing SYA, but I'm also representing the students, teachers, support staff, families who trust the district to follow the law, protect the rights, and create a safe learning environment. The use of body cameras and video recordings inside classrooms is just illegal, first of all. California Education Code 51512 is very explicit. It's not room for interpretation. It clearly states the use by any person, including a pupil, which is a student, of any electronic listening or recording device in any classroom without the prior consent of the teacher and the principal is prohibited, and it disrupts and impairs the teaching process and discipline in the schools. Recording in classrooms without consent is against the law and is a misdemeanor offense. You're asking educators to teach under surveillance. You're asking students to learn under surveillance. And this is illegal, unacceptable. Placing cameras in classrooms violates FERPA. And for the acronym, it's the Family Educational Rights Privacy Act. This is a federal law that protects students' educational records and privacy. Video recordings of minors in a classroom is a federal violation, showing their behavior, their faces, their voices, their learning challenges are educational records. Mishandling of this information is a federal violation and a violation of our Fourth Amendment rights of unreasonable searches and seizures. Students and staff do not surrender their constitutional rights when we enter school buildings. And under the California Constitution, the right to privacy is not optional. It is a fundamental right that we all have. As a trustee, it is your responsibility to ensure district actions are legal, ethical, and in the best interests of the community. Putting illegal proposals in front of the public is a distraction and irresponsible, when we could be focusing on real solutions and services that support student learning and staff development. Our teachers are already working under enormous pressure. Our support staff is stretched very thin. Our students need more resources, not surveillance, and our families need reassurance that their children's privacy and dignity will be protected. Body cameras and video recordings in classrooms violate state law, federal law, and the constitutional law. Our union will protect our members and we will protect our students. We expect the board to do the same and respect the rights and privacy of every person who steps into our schools and in our classrooms. Thank you.
So now, Madam President, we can have a discussion. For us, it's up, right?
Yeah, okay. Thank you. I thank you for everyone being here and to listen to this. I want to begin by saying that honestly, I was amazed that this was fine, that this is what finally it took to get this candidate item into an agenda. I genuinely hope we have a real discussion tonight and not another situation where I speak and no action or decisions follow from my fellow board members. Parents and community members, long before I was elected, well, I would love if teachers can listen to this, since there is, federal and, state laws that do, actually let us do this. So, long before I was elected, I have been asking for cameras since 2024. In May 2024, at a coffee with the principal at Willow Elementary, parents, including myself, asked for cameras due to different situations. The assistant to the superintendent reportedly responded that cameras could not be installed because some staff might feel uncomfortable, and that cameras could expose staff discipline issues. And yet, here we are, in 2025, finally discussing it, only after tragedy and public pressure. I continue those requests till this day, and on June 10, 2025, I formally asked that this be placed on the June 24 agenda. I was told that it will come forward in the near future, but months passed, no plan, no timeline, no urgency. And during that time, serious incidents occurred, including that tragic situation at Sunset, reinforcing exactly what parents have been begging for: increased safety measures. That is why I request this item, not for me, but because our families have been demanding stronger protections for their children. I'm also a mother, and I also see that we need this. My rationale is simple and grounded in common sense. If police officers, like the one we have here, whose job is to protect the public, are required to wear body cameras for safety and transparency, what can be considered similar protections for our students, the most vulnerable members of our community? Yes, I understand some staff might feel uncomfortable, but student safety must come first, especially for those who cannot tell us when something is wrong. And tonight, I want to say this directly and respectfully. I desperately ask our teachers to support this, not because I want division, but because I want parents, staff, and the district to be able to work together and move forward in peace, with trust and transparency. Cameras protect everyone, including teachers who are doing a great job every day. We have our little preschoolers. And we also have classrooms where students are nonverbal, medically fragile, or unable to advocate for themselves. Other states recognize this reality: Texas, West Virginia, Georgia, and others that require or allows cameras in self-contained special education classrooms because they are high-risk environments. And cameras have proven effective in preventing harm and providing accountability. Law enforcement strongly supports video as a safety tool. The FBI and the Department of Justice, through the REMS National School Safety Guide, clearly states that schools are increasingly using security cameras as a tool to monitor and improve student safety. Video helps protect students, protect staff from false accusations, and strengthens investigations. Before I close, I want to make this absolutely clear. California law does not prohibit video cameras in classrooms. What the law restricts is audio recordings and any placement that violates privacy. Education Code 51512 states that any electronic listening or recording device in any classroom without the prior consent of the teacher and principal is prohibited. This means audio is restricted without consent, but video is permitted when it's used for safety and implemented correctly. The U.S. Department of Education also explains under FERPA that surveillance videos may become educational records if they directly relate to a student, meaning they must be handled with parents' rights, privacy protection, and control access. In simple terms, the law is clear. Video-only cameras are allowed if they are used for safety. Everyone is notified. If everyone is notified, teachers and principals, the governing board, if they approve, privacy areas can be video recorded. That is exactly what I'm proposing tonight. Cannot ignore that our most vulnerable students, especially our little ones and the ones in high risk or in a special day classroom, are often nonverbal and cannot communicate when something is wrong. Cameras can be a powerful safety tool in a layer of protection for them. If the FBI, the DOJ, and national school safety experts call cameras a best practice, then we must consider them part of our responsibility to protect children as other districts do. Neighbor districts. This is not about targeting staff. This is not about surveillance. This is about safety, transparency, and preventing another tragedy. And I move that, I take that back, not neighbors and do that. But there is California schools that they do that. This is not about surveillance, this is about safety, transparency, and preventing another tragedy. I am asking this board for part of our discussion to be adding in the next agenda the initiation of the process for adding cameras in our schools and potentially in some classrooms like preschools and special day classes. So if you don't want body cams, fine, but at least we can do that. Our families deserve assurance, our classrooms deserve support, and our students deserve protection. I don't know how many videos I have seen where kids, nonverbal, they're abused by some of the staff members, or sometimes the staff members get attacked. So when are we gonna seek the real story? When are we gonna have accountability? It's not just about asking people what happened. It's about having real proof. Thank you. And I hope I can have discussion.
Discussion with him.
I'll say something about it. My biggest concern, this is independent of the legalities. This is independent of the issue of whether or not our teachers, our classified staff, or our admin would want this. This is not even an issue of how much it will cost or the recurring maintenance. My biggest concern above everything else is if we do this, who's gonna play Big Daddy? In other words, who is gonna be the one allowed to view those cameras? And the issue is that if we have no way of controlling that, then we're opening up ourselves up to many more legal situations with that. I could also think of at least 50 parents that when they saw this action item, called me today and said, this is absolutely outrageous. They would not want their kids to be filmed by someone, especially the district, because again, who is Big Daddy? Who's the one that's gonna be reviewing it? And it won't be police. My issue is the safety concern with that. So I'm opposed to it, and I would vote no on it if it is on the action item.
Okay,
And
what,
that's my discussion.
yes, and what about, at least, cameras in our hallways or gathering areas, not even inside the classrooms, maybe that can be discussed at a different time, but we can start by that, right? I mean, and that and then I can say neighbor districts do have cameras in their hallways. Not inside the classroom, but they do have them in the hallways, gathering places as well. So, we do have the Raptor system that I thankfully, and I appreciate that, by the way, that now we have it in every school. They have a great, support, system where, they report to us. And, the school board and the district has privacy. We take privacy to that video. And like I said, video is not illegal, only the recording, hearing. So we don't have to have the cameras with any hearing. So can I at least ask, can we put in the next, board meeting agenda to start the process for cameras?
This was only for discussion, and I personally do not support this. I do support the fact that there are staff and parents that did call, and they were very upset by this item.
Where are they?
So,
Where are they?
like I said, you need to respect when, so we already had a discussion. Anybody else need to share anything, any thoughts? Okay, then we need to move to consent calendar. All items appearing are adopted by one single motion. There will be no discussion of these items prior to consideration of the motion unless a member of the board or the superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent calendar and voted on separately. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So,
Second.
and no pulls from mine and Madam President.
No pulls for mine.
Molesters will keep doing their things here. Thanks to you, thanks to you, to everyone here.
Any pulls?
Yes, I have a lot of pools.
Shay, what are the pulls?
No transfer, no transfer.
What are your polls? We need to get this meeting,
If you don't wanna be here, you don't have to.
I love being here.
Oh, well, then wait a second.
Okay, hurry up.
Excuse me?
Yes, Madam President.
What are disabilities?
Go ahead.
Okay, are we gonna move to 14A and all the next points?
Well, you choose which ones you want.
Okay, I want to pull 14C.1.
Okay.
Fourteen E.13,
E is in, I don't,
E as an element, yeah.
13,
Yeah, no, 14 E.13, yes.
yeah, 13.
Mhm. And then 14E.15. 14E.16. 14E.17. Um, 14E.19. 14E.20 and 14E.21.
Okay. So just to say it all out again, you're pulling 14C as in cat .1, 14E as an elephant .13, 14E as an elephant .15, 14E as an elephant .16, 14E as an elephant .17, 14.E as an elephant .19, 14E as an elephant .20, and then 14E as an elephant .21.
Correct.
Okay. So we can call a vote, Madam President, for the remainder, and then we'll pull each one individually.
Do I have a motion?
We have a motion, a second argument, President, so it's ready to be.
So ready to vote?
Aye.
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 Aye. 14C.1.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay, this is about our new, probably our new special ed director, Mr. Rick Quintana of Special Education Services. And I'm not sure if I can just make a few simple questions. Can I do that?
Well, this is part of, this isn't an inquiry process. This is essentially your opportunity to voice, to voice your thoughts, and then the board votes on it. So this is not a interview, this is not a formal process where you do that.
I know.
This is for us to make our points, discuss it, and then vote on it, period.
Okay, well, this is a very important position. That's why I decided to pull it up. As everybody knows, I'm very passionate for special education. And, to have a new leader for this position means a lot. Since I cannot make you the question, Mr. Quintana, I will just say, I'm very happy that you will be part of our team as a special education leader. And I just want to hope that under your leadership, special education truly improves in our district. Our family have expressed serious concerns for a long time, and they deserve meaningful change. I hope your commitment will be to be transparent, responsive, and putting the needs of our children first. I believe in you, and I thank you. That was it.
I'd like to call a vote, Madam President?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Did we get a motion in a second?
We did. I make the motion, Mr. Rosario made the second. All right, so congratulations, Mr. Quintana. You know, normally, what we usually do when the principal or my VP, you want to come up, I don't know if you want to be with your family, come up, we will take a picture, Mr. Quintana?
Yeah.
She jumped off her. Yeah, I mean, you're in the middle.
You have to get closer. I'm not the one anymore. You need more in the front. I feel bad. I'm like,
Come on, Mr. Ramos. Good.
a lot tighter. Okay.
Marilyn. 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 Marilyn.
Anyone tiene que ayudar a levantarme. Yo te ayudo.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Thanks too. Yeah.
Comments regarding our progress.
Want to thank the Fed Special Education for the services they gave us. This is the thing. We are kids who make the art on our t-shirts when we do the art competition, and now we can wear this to our meetings. And maybe even some parents or grandparents or part of the IUP can also wear it during that time. So I want to thank you. I also want to thank Leanne Davis. Where is she?
I didn't go decide to go get our campus day, that's a workout. She'll be right back.
We didn't, because she's also us.
We want to thank her as well.
We want to thank her for hosting us. She kept going in and out like picture. Leanne Davis, want to thank you.
Hosting us.
I know you as a sci-fi, a leader, champion. Thank you.
Now we have 14B.13.
I'll make the motion, Madam President, to approve the agreement with that Accent Care Home Health, California.
I'll second.
All right, Mr. President, you're up.
Yes, I just wanted to see if we can have, a little bit more of, insight, for what are we gonna, use this, federal fund, $461,000. And that's it. Since it is about,
You're talking about 15. We're on 13.
oh, I'm sorry, that's true. Okay. Okay, yes, so I already asked this, but I would like for people to know, what are the specific, services that, will be provided by Accent Care Home Health of California? And, because, like I said, I didn't find this, specific service, that will be provided in the contract. So, yes, I would like to know, and also issue you a contract.
Ms. Pedraza, this is for the LBNR support. And by an agency, if we need coverage for some of our LBNs, then we proceed to obtain the right personnel, LBN licensed vocational nursing.
Yeah, and Mr. Woodward, did you mention that this is to train some of the health providers here in our district?
No, it's not for training, it's to provide services to our students.
Oh, okay. Oh, so which type of services again?
Licensed vocational nurse, so it's tube feedings, some of our students that might be diabetic or other medical needs.
So are we paying our nurse, with this contract?
No, this is our licensed vocational nurse. Additional staff to support. Some of our students require a qualified person to provide them their support.
Okay, and is this company licensed in California?
This company is being approved by the SELPA so that we can hire staff on them.
Okay, I'm just not sure if it's active on the California state the California State website. So I just wanted to make sure we are in agreement with a company that has everything in order. So I will appreciate if find out. Thank you.
Okay, I'm ready to call the vote, Madam President.
All in favor?
Aye.
No.
I'm sorry,
No, 4-1.
or when? 14E.15, Department of Justice Grant Award.
I'll make the motion, Madam President. I'll second.
Okay, yeah, so like I said, I'm very excited for this because it is about, this grant is for, more security. So I would like to see what is exactly for.
Agree. Yeah.
Thank you, members of the board. Madam President, so to answer your question, this is a fund that we wrote over a year ago specifically for emergency communication systems at each of our schools and at the district. In particular, what this would allow a school to do is in an emergency, say for example, we have an active shooter. This would allow the school to put out an active notice to every single classroom immediately and to utilize the internet in order to be able to communicate as a two-way type of communication. And simultaneously, the district to also be able to monitor it. Now, I'm oversimplifying it, but the program is called Telecore. And a couple of weeks ago in the board highlights, I did put some hyperlinks to videos that would show you in greater detail what the system would be.
Okay, thank you.
Madam President, if you call the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. 5-0. 14E.16, agreement with Dillon Group Incorporated for furniture, fixtures, and equipment consultant services for the Fire Community Educational Resource Center project.
So moved. Second. All right, man, Rob, you're up.
Yeah, I don't have a discussion. I'm just gonna vote no.
Okay, I'm ready to call the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 4-1.
14E.17, agreement with 20 Incorporated for DSA Special Inspection and Testing Services for the Fire Community Educational Resource Center project.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, so about this item in the last one, which is about the Bayer Resource Center. Like I said, I'm not satisfied with how the decision by making this resource center was made. I requested for several documentation and yes, they have stated what had happened, but I have not received any proof. So that's why I will be voting no for anything that has to do with Bayer Community Resource Center. Thank you.
Okay, Madam President, if you call the vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Aye.
Aye. 4-1. 14E.19, CUPA of CUPCCAA agreement with Pro Services General Contractors.
So moved. Second.
Yes, so, okay, this is, I believe this is for, the rubber, the rubber mats for these two playgrounds, no? So what is it exactly for?
So, for the members of the public, this is 14E.18, correct? 14E.18, or is
It's
it?
19.
Okay, then my apologies. I was looking at 14E.18. So 14E.19 is for the rubber here at the playground. So my apologies. 14E.19 is.
I can say something.
Sure, it's part of the discussion.
You know, I'm not criticizing you, but these are the articles that we sit in board agenda review. And I asked about these because I wanted to have clarification. When you have the CEO, you have the assistant superintendent of instructional to have HR present where you ask them these questions and they look, and if they don't give you the answer, then they tell you, I'll get back to you. But you bring them back up again, and you should have sat, and I don't know if you did.
This is because of my vote. If I don't bring it up, then I will be voting yes.
Okay. So I'd like to call a vote.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
But I also want to say that I think it's too much, $230,000 for, only this, 2 rubber mats. So, it's not that I don't want these rubber mats in our schools, I would love to, but I just think $230,000 is too much. So, and that is the only reason why I'm voting no.
We already called a vote. Everybody voted?
I wonder if I reason why I'm voting no.
Martin, did you vote?
I,
Okay, good, 4-1. Next.
14E, 21 agreement with Marion County Office of Education Community Engagement Initiative, CEI, peer reading and learning network. Over.
Is that 14E.20? Oh, no, we're at 14E.
Oh, right, that's right, okay. And 14E.20,
I'll make the motion.
the agreement with the Vandal Construction Incorporation. Okay.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, second.
Okay.
So again, I just don't think that's a piece of cement or one of our schools just, I don't think this, and it's literally a very small cement area. I actually saw it today. And for $62,000, that's just too much. So I do want that to be repaired, but I don't know if we can find another bidder that will make it for less. And I know that there's more things involved, a lot of state regulations that we need to have and everything. But if we can reduce that, 15%, and I think that's way too low. That will be way better.
Dr. Davis, you want to say anything?
Well, the only thing I wanted to say here is the actual cost here is not 62,000, it's 58,500 with a contingency in case is needed of 3,500, bringing it to 62,000. The only other thing I wanted to say here is that when you see the acronym CUPCA, it means it's vetted at the state level for transparency purposes, state level. And so while I do, and I agree in a general sense, I've been saying this for the longest time, the cost of construction is skyrocketing. I get it, I understand that, but I assure you this is a fully transparent process. And so I just wanted to point that out.
Like to call a vote?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No.
Aye.
Aye. 4-1. 14E.21 agreement with the Marion County Office of Education Community Engagement Initiative, peer reading and learning network, over 5 family moments.
So moved.
A second.
No, actually, I'm sorry, but my answers haven't been answered.
Yeah, I'd like to call a vote, Madam President?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
I.
5-0. Madam President, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn at 8:39 PM.
Thank you.
Oh, we have that a second, then we will.
A second.
Okay?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Record.